Hey, hey, for those who may be watching, data research or personal use, viewership, whatever, entertainment. This is Matt. I have created a game, a skirmish game, a cinematic, story driven survival horror skirmish game. In this iteration, I've laid out the dungeon tiles from Mansions of Madness 2. We're not playing that game, but we are using its mansion tiles. In this current scenario, the parameters are this: it's Rick Taylor, a solo play model. So, this is the Rick Taylor Splatterhouse mode of the last round. This is an optional choice. It is the most baseline of choice, and it is the very first playthrough, the very first complete stress test. Um, Minus all ranged attacks. One boss, 24 rooms, 24 zombies, and a bonus pickup for collecting and extracting with the Relic Owl. If you take this Relic Owl, rule set goes as this. If Rick turns in the Relic Owl, he may return to the mansion plus one of any um, faction of life model that he chooses, preferably a ranged attacker. And there will be a different enemy layout on the second act. So this is the first act. We're going to go like this. In front of you, you will see displayed a digital dice in the top left-hand corner of the screen. At any point I wish to remove the dice, I can, and select a different dice set. But because of how numerically the game functions, mechanically, its engine is entirely driven from a d6. So anytime I say roll, it will roll us a total, and we're going to base everything off of this alone right here. So here we go. The very first thing we want to do is roll for initiative, right? But I also want to have a seat while we do this because I don't want to be fucking standing for 10 years. I want to set the game out. It spans about 4.5 feet long left to right. So, and about 3.5 across. So that's about the total map space of the mansion, which is good. We're learning a lot. I have to be able to make these entries as we go along. So this is the testing room. Okay. We have the current scenario, comma. The total map layout distance is about 3.5 feet from south to north, and it's about 4.5 feet, almost 5, from west to east. Period. I'm now going to begin match. Rick Taylor solo versus 24 mansion tiles that have 24 zombies, one per tile. Roll for initiative. Roll for initiative. Hang on. Okay, so before we do that, Rick is actually standing in the entry hall. So we need to say that first. Match begin. Round start. Rick currently stands waiting almost impatiently in the entry hall. He proceeds forward into the lobby door, period. Cool. So see how we're like documenting it as we go along. I've asked it to count total rounds. So this just is also a measurement of the time mechanic as well. Even though it has no bearing in this map, it can later on in a later iteration or version. But we want this to um, stress test time inside the mansion, and then we're going to get a field test of it in the forest. So the forest is all the tiles minus all the tiles. It'll be just the models and the terrain. So we've told it that Rick has entered through. Right, we'll say which one. Having selected the door on the right, Rick pauses for a moment, only to look right down the hallway. Period. He notices a zombie standing there. Period. So see how like him standing there, I didn't even notice this area right here. This is an open hall right here. This is like the lobby, and then it goes into where the zombie's standing. Suddenly, comma, they have both locked eyes, and a roll for initiative takes place. Initiative roll. 1-3, Rick. 4-6, zombie. Landing on a 2, Rick goes first. We have a 5-inch marker. I've designed a little like not a it's not, it looks like a ladder. Hell, it looks like a ladder, but it's not. It's really just something that resembles a 5-inch movement travel. So on his stack card, he actually moves 5. Right? There's nobody that like the zombie boss moves 4, and the zombies move 5. So since Rick landed the initiative, we're just gonna set that down in front of him as like a you want to have that side up because it's easier to grab. So this is just a game piece. This is just the first game piece, really. Like apart from the models and the tiles and the terrain. Okay. Without wasting a moment, Rick travels with haste toward the zombie, barreling down the hallway, machete in hand. The zombie decides to close the gap of around 4 inches into melee combat with Rick. The first zombie ledges its first attack, landing on a 4, comma, blacking out Rick's machete hand on his next turn. Rick, comma, paralyzed, not being able to attack, but considering backpedaling to regroup from this otherwise stunned attack. He shuffles backwards his maximum distance to his original position. In surprise, the zombie shambles its way back to Rick, falling just short of attack distance by 1 inch. Immediately returning back to base combat. The zombie has raced over to swing a clawed attack on Rick once more, comma. Having landing on another blackout, 4, comma. Rick is immobilized of attack once more until next round. Turn. Rick rolls to break base to base combat. 1-4, fail. 5-6, succeed. Rick lands a 5, getting out of base contact, comma, repositioning himself at a 5-inch distance from this menacing first encounter, period. The zombie turns, only in a flash to re-engage with Rick in another melee. When it ledges its attack, it tries to bite Rick and fails on a 3, comma. Rick winds up for a good hard swing of his machete at his attacker, missing it with a 2. The zombie goes in again for another attack, landing on a 2 and also missing. Determined to not break melee combat, comma, Rick furiously chops at the zombie with a 3, swinging at air again. The zombie returns its melee, landing on a 2 and again also missing. So much action and so little result. Rick buckles down and finally makes a chop of a 6. Right down the chest of the zombie. Staggering backwards, it falls apart. Into 2 pieces on the floor. Period. Blood splashing way back to the tile floor behind it. Period. Rick, comma, recovered from his blackout attacking hand, comma. Okay, so I forgot I was muted for a sec, but I said Rick recovered from his blackout attacking hand. Glances right at the door directly on his right shoulder. He chooses to enter it. So you can see here like the combat that took place. You can see here like what he had to do to resolve that skirmish with the zombie. It could be removed from board, but since I'm the only one playing, I'm going to leave him in place. And this will like codify visually like everything I've done up to this point. So Rick has chosen to enter this room. Boom, he's like right on his shoulder. You have to like narrate it into the feed and like in a way that mechanically and narratively bind 50-50. And that's how I play this game. That's at least how I'm choosing to play this game. Okay. We're only 15 minutes into the game. We're one enemy down and we're 2 tiles in. Okay. As soon as Rick closes the door behind him, there is a zombie with its back to him, seemingly unnoticing Rick's presence. Period. He could stealth attack it, but we don't currently have a mechanic for that. So Rick is going to roll for initiative. 1-3, zombie. 4-6, Rick. Landing on a 1. The zombie turns quickly, having heard the door close behind it, An instant skirmish in combat takes place. The zombie goes for his first strike on Rick with a 1 and missing. Rick chops furiously, returning an attack at the zombie, landing on a 1 and also missing. The zombie returns melee, with a 5, landing on a -1 HP for Rick. Okay, so I've paused the recording of this entry. So what this does now is my dice roll over here is his HP counter. So now visually I cannot, you know what I mean? I cannot, there's no way of mistaking how many hit points he has. I don't even have to remember as long as I could see that right there. So that's the functionality of that. Period. Rick returns his own melee attack with a 3 and misses. The zombie, having a thirst for blood, ledges another attack on Rick with a 6 to his face. Okay, I've kind of fucked this all up. The zombie having a thirst for blood. I need to like fucking erase part of that. It's ridiculous, but it's okay. Landing on a 6 in the middle of Rick's masked face. Period. With the shield and guidance of the terror mask, Rick rolls for an armor save of a zombie bite to his face, landing on a 2, he fails the mask save, bringing his HP down to 2. Period. Rick now returns an attack on this zombie with a 3 and misses. The zombie, almost determined to eat Rick's flesh, ledges another attack with a 2 and misses. Rick thirsts for the zombie's blood on his machete, but in so doing misses with a 1. Misses with a 1. The zombie attacks once more on Rick with a 3 and misses. Rick chopping at this zombie misses his attack with a 2. The zombie returns another attack against Rick with a 4, blacking out Rick's attacking hand. Next turn. Rick rolls to break combat and succeeds on a 4. Rick stumbles and dives over furniture, getting his maximum distance away from his attacker. The zombie races to him and closes the gap, but as soon as he does, he brings a whirlwind of attack, landing a 4, blacking out Rick once more on his attacking hand. Rick rolls again to break combat, landing on a 5, placing him directly where he once stood, originally in the doorway. The zombie quickly returns its original position, only attacking Rick from standing on the top of the office table, When it does, it lands a 4, blacking out Rick once more in his attacking hand. Rick rolls an initiative to break melee with a 5, only this time he backpedals his maximum distance out of the room and regrouping in the hall. The zombie, having seen exactly what Rick just did, followed thereafter, period. Upon arrival, the zombie tried to bite Rick and succeeded. Rick rolled to protect his face with the mask, but the mask failed him again on a 5, and Rick was knocked down to 1 HP. Rick's first choice was to use his red orb healing item, period, bringing him back up to 2 HP. He swings with fury. With a 4, blacking out the zombie's attacking ability on its next turn. Unable to do anything, the zombie sits there in a kind of panic, if it knew such a thing. Rick winds up for a heavy swing and lets it fly on the zombie. Upon doing so, he lands on a 3 and misses. Misses his attack. The zombie, having regained its attackable functionality, begins to attack Rick, landing on a 5, dealing -1 HP to Rick. Knowing this is Rick's last chance for survival, he takes a determined swing onto the zombie, comma, with a 2 and misses. The zombie ledges an attack and suspensefully misses. Without breaking his determination, Rick knows he must find Jennifer, so he delivers a final blow to the zombie, comma, landing on a 2 and missing. The zombie attacks again with a 1 and missing Rick entirely. Rick, never backing down, comma, attacks the zombie once more, comma, with a 5, chopping it directly in the chest in a stabbing-like motion. Period. Rick pulls the blade out of the zombie as it slides off of his machete backwards onto the floor, lifeless. Period. Rick continues on with 1 HP. Period. Having made all the noise and commotion in this Z-shaped hallway, period, Rick suddenly notices again another distant zombie just standing there, messing around with the table, having knocked over everything off of it, period. Another initiative roll takes place. 1-3, Rick. 4-6, zombie. Four lands the zombies landing a 4, the zombie goes first. Okay, so see how like I didn't even notice like right here is a well, you can't see it easily, but I just didn't notice that this is a L shape right here. So you start the game and there's a zombie here. This one is in here, but that's closed doors. This one's in here, but it's closed doors. So I didn't even notice, couldn't help but notice you start with 2, but one of the 2 can see you. So when you defeat that first one, this one's standing right there and can see you. And same thing with this one and this one. So that first chain of zombies is going to be like really hard. I've already lost 3 hit points and used a heal. So this really is the hard mode. It really is playing it on the hardest mode with melee, no ranged attacks, no extra help from any other models. Like this is really the hardest mode of the game. I venture to say. But let's continue forward in the entry. Landing on a 4, the zombie goes first. Okay, so here we go. Having heard the commotion and taking notice of Rick, comma, the zombie, quickly, with knife in hand, comma, stumbling over the table and racing and grunting toward Rick, makes its way 5 inches in his direction, just falling short of about a few, period. Rick wasting no time at all, goes right into melee, swinging his machete full speed and his total weight behind it. Period. Rick furiously rolls a 6 and flawlessly chops the head off the zombie as they collide into each other. period. Man, that's fucking cool. So they have to like correct the writing. So rolls, and you have to say six instead of sex. Doesn't know the difference, right? Right. So here we go. There's a little narrative, this one's fucking toast, right? But then you have to like sum it up with a little narrative twist, right? So here we go. Zombie dead on the floor, and its head having rolled past Rick behind him, comma. Rick moves onward to the door directly to the left of the dead zombie. His maximum distance. Period. So what that means, visually speaking, right? I don't know if you can kind of see this. Not really. The bushes are more or less in the way, but he goes over this corner, stepping over the zombie through the doorway. His maximum travel distance, to right here, where he originally wanted to go, but ended up having to fight two zombies in order to achieve that. So he has one hit point left, and he still has other rooms to clear. He has like I'd say 80% of the round, this round to finish. So here he goes. So he's made his move. Navigating through a cleared room, comma. Rick decides to move his maximum distance through the doorway in front of him, just onto the other side. Upon closing the door, a standing motionless zombie with a hammer in its hand again doesn't even really notice Rick, but suddenly glances up at him. Initiative roll takes place. 1-3 zombie. 4-6 Rick. Landing on a 3, the zombie goes first. Charging at Rick, comma, hammer in hand. It closes the gap between them, trying to brain Rick with the hammer, comma. Landing on a 3 and missing entirely. Rick was not surprised to see that they hold melee weapons. However, this did not deter him. Period. With a strong overhead right hand swing, Rick lands on a 5, again nearly chopping the torso in half of this zombie, collapsing it to a pile of gory mush on this white tile floor. It would seem as though Rick has seen all of this too familiar, comma. He knows what to do, and this is what urges him onward, not because of the mask, but because of his mission. Rick turns back whence he came. Traveling his maximum distance into the other room. On the other side of the doorway, he opts to make the same choice by continuing forward and turning right down the hall corner and turning into Hall 1. the next hall. Upon his discovery, the zombie is within closable distance of him. Period. Initiative roll takes place. 1-3, Rick. 4-6, Zombie. Landing on a 5, the zombie goes first. Landing on a 5, the zombie goes first. Closing the gap. Femur bone in hand. The zombie attacks right away on Rick, landing on a 4, blacking out Rick's attacking hand. Rick rolls to break melee combat, having failed. He stays in place. The zombie, again determined to kill Rick, lands on a 1 and misses. But as Rick regains his strength to kill some more, he attempts and misses the zombie with a 2. The zombie ledges its attack against Rick with a 3 and misses. Rick, never backing down, chops onward at the zombie, missing with a 2. The zombie, returning its attack, lands a 6 right in the middle of Rick's face again. Rick rolls to save this face attack with a 4 and fails. Rick is now dead, staggering backwards onto the floor. The mask bleeding out of its holes, comma. The machete having lost its clasp and grip of Rick's hand, comma. The mask slides off of Rick's dead face, comma. The machete collapses onto the hardwood floor out of his hand. The zombie zeroes in fast, comma. Quote, itchy tasty, quote. Round over. Wow. Okay. So that was the total sum. And that whole, just to get that far, was 30-ish minutes of gameplay. And so what did we do? Like, what did we learn, right? So I'm just going to say enter. So now I'm submitting the total log of what just happened. And we'll get to go over that too. But before we respond to that, I need a sip of coffee, right? Oh, hell yeah. And we'll take our just like designer and end game notes and like resolution, right? We see what it takes as a solo melee attacker with one kind of buff, and it's the Terror Mask. It doesn't provide a lot of protection, but the Terror Mask really operates ballistically as a face hitbox for 6s. But it's only if he rolls a 6, though. You see, like if I had a save and a 5+ armor save, that could have easily like changed things. Like whenever, you know, like 5 though directly from an opponent is the torso. And like as it goes, like a 6 is directly the face, neck, head, eyes, jaw, right? It's anything from like the collarbone up. So it's like the neck, jaw, face, forehead, right? And then sideways, it's like the same thing. It's the neck, side of the jaw, then like the side of the head, and then and the back. It's like the back of the neck, the back of the head, the top of the head. So you think of all the dimensions square, like on a model that can be attacked. A 6 can land on anywhere of those, or definably it could be any one of those. So let's just replay the tape. Okay, so let's just review what just happened. Rick started solo. There's one zombie per room, and there's one boss at the end. We didn't get anywhere close. We almost got halfway. I'd say we got to 30% of it. I got 30% of the way through. And that's just a testament to how, like, Resident Evil esque it would seem inevitably I kept this game. It wasn't really like by design to be like that, but I have expressed a personal desire of my board game to pose a fucking formidable challenge in some way or another. Because I mean, realistically, these zombies, they're like any of the zombies, but like look at who's fighting them, like mechanic wise, right? So Rick would have in the game of Splatterhouse like more, HP. Maybe in this mode, his HP can just be set up higher. That's really like a maximum of 6. He alone has to kill every fucking thing in the house. So it's like he did this with 4 HP, and he even had a health buff. Like a healing item, the red orb. So canon to the Splat games. But so let's just look at what happened, right? So he starts. He gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 out of 24. So and then like map traversal, like he did clear the this tile that he's dead on. Actually, they're both they're both right there, but I'll move them back so you can see them. He's dead. He got to this tile here on this one. He cleared the tile by discovering it, but he didn't clear the objective. So the objective would be taking out a model per zone. So each zone has a battle encounter, and in some cases it even triggered 2 zones. Like if he wasn't careful and he was just like brute forcing through everything and running around aimlessly, they're just standing there until they see you. Like this one originally, the chick one back here that died, she started back here. She very easily could have heard the commotion, but the line of sight was all happening on this side of the corner of this hallway, of hallway corner 2, hall corner 2. So in this point of the game, really the first engagement was Rick fighting this first one. Then there was a second one just standing there. So that same principle could have and otherwise should have happened. But because Rick was using a machete, and he wasn't using ranged attacks, one might argue that because firearms were not being discharged in the mansion, like these zombies were not alerted. Now it's really evident from this first test run that like I very easily can see the first shot fired in the game can fucking alert all the zombies in the whole house, and on its moving phase, they all fucking 24 of them move. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you know how much more fucking intense that would be? Like, they're on their way, and you're just stuck, like, bottlenecking on one of them. But, like, if you have a ranged attack or you have multiple models, you will resolve that fight like that, like in a moment, in a quick moment. So one of y'all is gonna land a 5 or a 6. That's really all it is you and your shooters land a 5 or a 6, or your melee lands a 5 or a 6, and then you've cleared that target. So so because Rick is now like playing like Tenchu, right, stealth assassin, he's basically Rick stealth assassin mode phase gear setting. They're all they can do is and make zombie sounds, but they can't yell and they can't speak and they don't have a radio. You know what I mean? So each zombie is like tasked really by the zombie commander. Like we're guarding the house. We're gonna put a sentinel basically in each um, dungeon tile, in each mansion tile, and they don't know this. There's no cognitive understanding or communication between zombie horde and zombie horde commander. It's just like this is just the parameter that I set. So um, this is again thinking out loud for mental noting and mental mapping and shit, like in future considerations for whole host or multitude of different kinds of game mechanics that I think could easily make it into the game. And it's just a matter of cinematic, and you know what puts it in motion and understandability and like a passive mechanic that like you don't have to do anything. It just happens naturally. So just know that if you shoot a gun or shoot a firearm that is not suppressed specifically, you can operate ranged attacks in the mansion as long as they are suppressed and they don't. So you're not making noise. You're literally not triggering the other spawns that are um, anchored in the rooms in the whole mansion. So by doing it this way, um, is really like one kill, one engagement, stealth kill, one engagement, no noise kill, one engagement, no noise kill. Um, and other different, more action, horror, survival, suspense amalgam, it would generate a whole different outcome. Like you got a team of 8 standing in the fucking main hall, or you got like think of the room of 8. That like they could all fit in there, but it'd be fucking crowded, right? So, like, you could, but it's unlikely that when you get to the mansion after having done the forest first, you probably have about half your people. So, let's just project that, like, you start around with 4 uh, attacking models. They're your models, right? Your team is what you have. It's what you start with, or maybe let's just create an instance where it's 4 of your people, your team of 4 starts right here in the entry hall, right? The first tile. There's nothing in that tile. So technically, that's another thing with the system count on this mode was like, yes, there was a zombie per tile, except the first tile because that's where you start. But otherwise, the rest of the tiles, so 23, all 24 tiles have a model on them, have one tile per model per tile on them, present, standing on them. So you have the environment of frames of environment. You have a model count per frame environment frame, right? And it's like it's everything. It's very excuse me. It's all very calculable and easy to crunch. The numbers in terms of engagement, what I noticed was a lot of, if it's a strictly melee, it gets to be a not boring, but almost monotonous tug of war. Do you know what I mean? Of like, his melee miss, my melee miss, their melee miss, my melee miss. But during all that going on, you could see what's at stake. Every time that Rick missed and didn't break away first before missing, it cinematically creates an atmosphere of tension where he's actually gambling. Like literally every fucking time he chooses to not evade or break melee combat, he's essentially saying, "Fuck it, I'm worth standing here to get that final kill shot on my target." So inevitably, whether you realize that's happening or not, to make a choice or to not make a choice is still making a choice. And that is a driving cause and effect that's happening in the last round when you play, obviously, notably. So, um, that was the result. We're going to read what our results are with the program, and we want to know what the program thinks about the whole thing. I said we have the current scenario. This is the map, round start, and I basically just narrated verbatim, action, scene for scene, like what happened. And by doing so, um, we're going to get to the end of the paragraph of the log entry. So that's a huge testing room log entry. It's the first one. So initially, you just log it out. So like when recording, like for interface purposes or whatever, or just saving action per action what happens. It's making logged and learning and data research and an interpretation of everything. And so this is what it said, right? So like we're gonna recap to the ending sequence. I'm gonna start from the ending action of Rick and the last zombie he encountered on Hall 1, and we're gonna read out the cinematic closure, right? So there's always like I explain it in like a cinematic type of a resolution closure after every skirmish. And it's like if you died, you're not bummed. You just like you conclude it with like your own type of game over, you know. So that's why I say round over, the last round. Um, so it says that was absolutely brutal and cinematic to the core. Rick Taylor solo run through the mansion was a masterclass in tension, attrition, and raw survival horror. You've just written a grindhouse gauntlet that could be storyboarded shot for shot. Let's break it down and canonize what happened. Mansion Gauntlet. Rick Taylor versus 24 zombies. Map dimensions 3.5 feet from south to north, 4.5 to 5 feet west to east. 24 tiles, 24 zombies, one relic undiscovered. Rick starts in the entry hall. Encounters 1 through 6. The first gauntlet. Zombie 1, hallway duel. Rick wins initiative. Blackout twice. Breaks melee twice. Finally lands a 6. Chest split. Zombie down. HP 3. Zombie 2, office ambush. Zombie wins initiative. Rick blacked out. Bitten twice. Mask fails to save. HP goes from 3 to 1. Uses red orb. 1 goes up to 2. Finally lands a 5. Stab through the chest. Zombie down. Zombie 3, tabletop decapitation. No. Zombie with knife. Rick lands a 6. Head flies clean off. 2 HP, 2 HP. Zombie 4, hammer zombie. Zombie misses. Rick lands a 5. Torso cleaved. Zombie down. 2 HP, 2 HP. So it's 2 HP and then arrow pointing to another 2. So it's basically saying started with, ended with. That's what that means. Okay, so by zombie 5, this is the femur wielder. Zombie wins initiative. Rick blacked out. Mask fails again on a 6. HP 2 to HP 0. Rick dies in the hallway. Rick's final moments. The mask slides off. The machete clatters to the floor. Rick's body slumps, lifeless. The zombie, still gripping its femur, leans in and whispers, "Itchy tasty." So, "Itchy tasty" is a reference to a diary entry of one of the lab workers at the Spencer Mansion in Resident Evil 1. "Itchy tasty, so I ate him." Right? It's like it's if he's becoming a zombie. So it's almost like the itchy tasty zombie fucking came in and just killed Rick, no problem. Like the weakest model just came in and fucked up like one of the strongest fighters in all survival horror. So there so like apart from video games and like lore and like if this was lore, he would just flap and he wouldn't miss. He's like, you know, but this is a game perspective. So as a game, as a tabletop, if you put one before the other, this is a skirmish game, tabletop skirmish game, cinematic survival horror driven skirmish game. You'll play it like that, and regardless of what does or doesn't happen, right? Um, the mansion claims another soul. What this test validates: attrition is real, even with a powerful melee weapon. Rick's solo run shows how blackouts, misses, and failed saves can grind a player down. 2. Zombies are dangerous in numbers. 1 zombie is manageable. 2 is a problem. Three or more is a death sentence without space or support. The mask is not invincible. Rick failed two face saves, showing that even with the terror mask, he's not immortal. The mansion is a character, the layout, the doors, the hallways, they shape the tension. The Z-shaped hallway with a death trap, the noise drew more the noise drew more enemies. The relic was never even reached. 5. Rick's narrative is intact. He didn't die because he was weak. He died because he was overwhelmed, isolated, and relentless. He died trying to find Jennifer. That's Rick Taylor. Canonization. Mansion Gauntlet Protocol, Rick Taylor. This run is now officially logged in the Vault of Trials as quote, Rick Taylor, Solo Gauntlet, The Hall of 24. Status failed. Zombie killed 5. Relic unrecovered. Cause of death, facial trauma from femur wielding zombie. Final words, none. Just a growl, just a swing, just silence. If you want, we can now run Jennifer's parallel escaped attempt. Wouldn't that be something like she is? I could proxy like a Jennifer. Um, I could proxy like a Jennifer model for the the choice B of Evelyn. So like the one with her hair down, like that could be Rick's girlfriend easily. And she has two auto pistols. Like, would I render her different colors? No. The answer to that initially would be render both skins of Evelyn Cross the same color palette. It's just choice A, choice B. For Evelyn, choice A is baseball bat, and um, so let's run that. Let's reset and reset cards, right? We'll leave these cards. All we're going to do, so Rick made it this far, right? We're going to use an armorless character this time. And by doing so, we're going to select Evelyn Cross because she is going to stress test ranged attacks in this environment. This is like the full effect. This is really how it is. This is really like this zombie. He's gonna be sitting on the couch over there, and then Hammer Time, motherfucker. He's gonna be not in the corner, but he's gonna start out in the middle there, kind of lost, standing in the table way. So like you see right here, it's like a roundabout. He's standing in it. Um, I wish there was a better like overhead I can just kind of show of everything. I think I will anyway. Fuck it. Look. So we're gonna go like this without fucking up everything. We're just gonna get like a overhead view of things, right? So over here, right in there, right? That's where we're operating at. And you look at this overhead view of like what's happening. Zoom out some, right? Slide this way. It's like a drone. This is the drone footage, right? There's a lot going. It goes all the way back. You know what I mean? It goes all the way back to here. Like here we are. This is face up right here. Let's do it justice, right? This is where we're zooming in at. Okay, so this is your starting point, right? You start out in this hallway right here. And then your first choice is to try to make your way in to the next dungeon tile or mansion tile. So you can go through left door, right door, but whatever you decide to do is gonna bring you into the first fight. He's he's down below, so like this tile is actually reversed, but because both doors are like this, we made this the entryway. That should be the entryway, but I've inverted it. So you come through this door right here or this door. And that's what this whole open area is here. This is like you come in from the front door, and this is coming in from outside. You can start by entering left or right door to the lobby, but in Rick's case, the round starts. But if you look right here, this isn't a wall. That's an interconnecting hallway. This is an open one. It goes lobby down to here, and then up to here, and then up to here. We get the glare out of there. So so it goes boom, boom, boom. That's the Z shape I was referring to. And then what ended up happening was ultimately Rick being killed by this dude right here. So we've only made it this far. But we otherwise would have had to clear the other rooms that are set up. Let me make sure that I can see this properly and I don't let the fucking screensaver kick on. I almost want to turn off the screensaver, honestly. So that's what's happening here. Is like we have the entry point, and you come in through here, and you go through these rooms, and you traverse through the rooms. I love how illuminated the artwork is, like with lighting and shit. I love that that is so well detailed and so well put together. So we're doing like a overhead helicopter view, right? Top down view. Look at how much huge this part of the map is. This is a huge part of the map. And then you get out at the end. So where you end, there's a zombie boss waiting. He's in the shadow on the bottom right there. If you get to the attic, this is where the attic room is. You can't even see him, but there's an owl hiding up in the attic, and you have to find him and bring him with you right before you take the exit and fight the boss. So this run, like look at this. This over here, if we never even get this far, I just want to explain this layout um, a little bit. This layout is like um, this is all one room, one. So like one, two, three. That's all one L-shaped room. It's indoors, but these three tiles are one room, and it's all cobblestone. And there's a giant fucking fountain in the middle. This is a town square tile originally, but it's an indoor giant water fountain where like the boss should be, but he's like outside. I should switch the corner standard zombie with the boss zombie. So like you have to clear him out of here, but you have a good space to run around. We're gonna do that. We're gonna have like a surprise, like lurking zombie that's like coming out of the dark as your exit. So behind this zombie is the exit. That's where you extract. That's the last tile you see. We're gonna keep the zombie boss like in a position where okay, I've probably fucking made you motion sick enough by like showing the camera and like moving it around, but like this is it, dude. Like this is where we're at. This is the game. You go through the table and you have to fight everything. You have to fight everybody and like search all the fucking, you get to like there's a loot mechanic where like in a higher level of functionality, which is already operational, you'll be searching things, right? And you have like an infinite time to like search things and search paperwork and search rooms. And like, I put a zombie that's in the bathtub. I put our crawler zombie in the bathtub. Like, he won't be able to move. I'll make him a stationary guy. But yeah, it's like there's rooms that have doors and they all interconnect and they all go to each other and like it's all fucking related. So, this is what I want to do. In the same recording, it's been hour one. That first round, and that's another good like field test and discovery. Honestly, would be that sure most common question. If it's such a easy, quick pick up and play type of model of game, then how long did an average round take? Well, the very first round was somewhere inside of a half hour. And it was with one model doing it all. That's the thing. You need to consider that, like, when you have a driving force as a team, and I mean a fuller ranged amount of applications, like throwing grenades and fucking explosive impact grenades, and ranged weapons. Like any tile, a pistol is going to be just fine for any one of these tiles because the scale permits that. The scale of the model, the scale of the map, the scale of the tiles, it's going to permit the ability to now go in with this time this time we're gonna have no armor, but we're gonna go in with Evelyn Cross. So let me get that further set up. I'm just gonna select her model. I'm gonna take a break for a second, and we're gonna continue and just run it, dude. Okay, we are back. Hello. Still going, still recording. Took a bit of an extended break, but that's okay. I think everything's in place, everything's set up. Um, as it stands, we have Evelyn Cross is now ready for the second iteration. We're just going to close this one off and start a whole new video. That way, it's like I'm not going to edit anything out or whatever. I mean, we're already set up and rolling now. Might as well just stay on one recording. We'll do it like this, right? So as long as I keep my um, logging stream going, then that is straight up legitness. So we can straight up just say like this. We're going to begin a second test room. Test. This time, the parameters stay. The only thing that changes is now instead of Rick Taylor, it is going to be Evelyn Cross. Here in front of me, I have Evelyn Cross's stat card, and we still have the zombie and zombie bosses cards as well. Round. Begin. Evie stands alone inside of a checkered tiled hallway. Comma. The entry hall to be specific. Period. She hears some shuffling and some otherwise unpleasant sounds coming as an echo from down the hallway. Period. As she turns to look to her right, she couldn't help but notice a staggering zombie, blood running from its mouth. Period. Dot dot dot. Quote, motherfucker. Quote, she says aloud. Roll for initiative. 1-3, Evelyn Cross. 4-6, Zombie. Landing on a 5, the zombie goes first. The zombie takes notice of Evelyn and could not help but hearing her call him a motherfucker. Period. It shambles forward quickly as it can, its maximum distance of 5 inches. Evie, comma, taking notice of the zombie making quick advancements, if even for an animated corpse, comma. She draws her Tech 9 auto pistol and takes fire at the crusty footed zombie. Period. Landing on a 5, the gun erupts a loud indoor blast of 9mm shells go falling onto the floor. Period. Gun still smoking with a deafening silence, comma. The the zombie lays dead in the center of the hallway, just feet from the entryway. Period. Having made noise in the house, Evie realizes she must continue on and goes through the left door in the entry hall. As soon as she enters, comma, she sees a zombie holding a hammer making its way toward her. Coming around the corner and coming up the stairwell of the lobby. Period. Evie, comma, once again takes aim and fires her auto pistol, landing on a 3. She misses her shot. The zombie, comma, shambling forward, engages right into base contact with our vicious vixen. Evie quickly decides to try and tuck and roll out of combat. She succeeds the initiative roll and travels her maximum distance away from the zombie. So what I want to do, sometimes when I do an evasion, I'll jump them out of where they are behind. If there's room to get behind him, she kind of just tucks and rolls past him. And so since she passed that roll, she's able to do that in the game. So now we've done that part. Now having arrived feet behind the zombie, comma, Evie puts the zombie in the crosshairs and fires with a 3 and misses. The zombie, quickly turning around and re-engaging combat with Evie, goes for a strike with his hammer, comma, with a 5 hitting her square in her chest. Evie's down to 2 HP as a result. Evelyn goes for her melee attack with a 6, pulling off her signature Spec 6 move. Period. It is not the wound saving move she normally could have rolled for, but instead uses her aptly named Cherry baseball bat with a downward thrust, comma, she smashes the zombie's head, exploding it like a cantaloupe, leaving him dead and motionless on the lobby floor in a scattered mess. Evie, having realized she was scratched by that altercation, ignores it and continues forward with 2 hit points. HP. Period. She travels her maximum distance to the door directly in front of her into the next room. Upon entering, she is met face to face with another animated cadaver. Roll for initiative. 1-3 zombie. 4-6 EV. EV. Landing on a 2, the zombie goes first. Closing the 1-inch gap, the zombie goes for its first melee attack. Landing on a 3, missing completely. Evie rolls to break combat with a 6, traveling her maximum distance away from her enemy target into the corner of the room. Period. Evelyn Cross reloads her auto pistol with another magazine, As soon as she chambers the new round, she begins to fire at the zombie from across the room, Landing on a 4, she blacks out the zombie's right leg, preventing it from moving on its next turn. The zombie, unable to move or attack, grunts in an unfamiliar kind of agony. Evelyn once more begins to fire her pistol with a 3, missing entirely. The zombie, now able to move again, closes the gap, fighting Evie with melee, in a fury, it misses. Evelyn goes for her cherry bat strike, with a 1 and also misses. The zombie returns a melee attack with another claw bite combo, but only one. with another attack and misses on a 2. Evelyn rolls to break base combat, successfully on a 6. She nimbly flies over to the couch on the other side of the room, taking aim with her iconical Tech 9 and begins to blast, period. Landing on a 6, hitting the zombie directly between the eyes, sending it flying backwards, crashing into the dresser behind it in the corner, dead. Period. Bullet shells across the floor, and a faint smell of gun smoke and gunpowder, Evelyn proceeds forward to the door in front of her, deepening her quest into the mansion. On the other side, Evelyn is met eye to eye with a zombie that was trying to get into the room through the wall, it would seem, period. It knocked over a table and made a big mess in the first hall corner, period. They've noticed each other. A roll for initiative has ensued. 1-3 zombie. 4-6. Evelyn. Having landed on a 1, the zombie goes first. Hopping over the toppled table, knife in hand, it closes the gap, getting the blade as close as it can to its living victim, when it goes to attack, it lands a 5 on Evie, reducing her to 1 HP. Evelyn Cross uses her green herb to heal herself back up to 2 HP. Period. Then, she rolls for an initiative to break melee combat. Landing on a 2, she fails and goes in for the mighty swing on her attacker. Period. Missing entirely. The zombie goes in to stab Evelyn with a 3 and misses. In the melee and skirmish of things, Evelyn rolls to break combat with a 6, she backpedals her maximum distance into safety. Period. She then begins to fire upon the zombie in the hallway, holding the knife. Period. Landing on a 6, riddling the knife-wielding zombie with bullets and collapsing it onto the ground. A traumatic headshot ceases the reanimated life of the zombie. Period. When suddenly, another zombie comes shambling around the corner, standing in place over the freshly killed zombie. Period. Evelyn takes aim once more and fires her Tech 9. Period. With a 3, missing him just barely. This now standing zombie closes its distance of its maximum travel ability, putting it directly into base-to-base contact with Evelyn. When it ledges its attack, it tries to hit her with a human femur bone, with a 6, and it hits Evelyn directly in the mouth. Period. Evelyn loses 1 HP. She is now down to 1 HP, but rolls to break base contact with the zombie, landing on a 6, putting her at her maximum distance, directly behind the zombie attacker. Period. Out of healing items, she decides to take fire on her attacker. Period. With a 1 and completely misses. The zombie does a 180 and goes for another attack on Evelyn. Period. Landing on a 3 and missing. Evelyn breaks the base to base contact attempt, but fails with a 3. The zombie attacks once more, landing on a 5. Evelyn is going to attempt to save a wound, but is only successful on a 6. Period. Without armor and toughness alone, she tries to save her own life and fails with a 4. The zombie struck her so hard she collapsed backwards onto the floor, unconscious. The zombie goes in and begins feasting on her decadent yet elegant flesh. Round end. Game over. So I think that was like another kind of like same point, and I think the models. So what do we learn from that is like even so a zombie appeared. What happened differently? We got one, two, three, four this time. We didn't get as many as Rick. You know, Rick had that extra hit point and a heal. We had 3 hit points and a heal and a ranged weapon. So but what happened differently? When we were making that first attack and encounter in that hallway, what ended up happening is right here, after I downed this hall corner 1 zombie, that was a turn. That was in the middle of me downing that zombie with a headshot. This other zombie's turn was at play because this is an open hallway that's like, so it starts here and it zigzags. This is one giant open. Okay, so it goes forward, left, um, right, way down, and then right again. That it's all one big sector, like a snaky, windy, zigzaggy sector. It's a main hall. It's a through and through to like the center of the mansion, or at least the center and west of the mansion. But what ends up happening is at that uh, point, it's still the enemy NPC's turn. So to fit cinematically with the sound of her gun going off, unsuppressed gun, and to fit mechanically with like it's still this other zombie, and it's this zombie with the fucking with the femur bone that's like has this guy alone has killed 2 signature players, you know, so maybe there's room for more balance. Again, one player is it's fucking hard. Even as a solo ranged attacker, it's fucking hard. Like she used her heal and everything, and she still got reduced to 0. You know, so 3 is low, but this puts a stronger emphasis on her being able to roll with shooters. She should roll with shooters. Um, I think that her special 6, it's called Second Wind, can save a wound, but only on a 6. And like I think that in this case, this should just come down to instead of being able instead of Evelyn being able to use her special 6 at will, it can only occur when she has 1 HP. And I think that's just to keep it like fair, you know, and like just to keep it, you know, she has no armor to speak, so we'll say that. We'll just say that too. Evelyn has no armor to speak of, but her special 6 is called Second Wind. She can save a wound, but only on a 6. I feel as though she should only be able to do this with 1 HP remaining. This would bring a kind of balance that doesn't seem like a cheese or a cheat or a god mode for this character. As it stands, this one zombie with the human femur in his hand is a fucking pain in the ass, killing our cast off. No problem. He's 2 and 0. Think about it. 2 and 0. 2 and 0. 2 and 0. He's 2 wins, 0 losses. Now the program is gonna think like, oh, like his weapon is stronger, or it's gonna insist that like using a human leg bone is like the fucking choice weapon to kill models. Yeah, all right, fool. You get off her now. You stop eating her now. Get the fuck off her. So that just proved again, like same kind of result. It has the playback, so it has the technological playback. I said Evelyn has no armor to speak of, but before that, let's just read its playback. Let's get on to where that is, right? Okay, Evie Cross's solo mission run was a blood-slicked ballet, ballet of fury, fire, and finality. Where Rick Taylor was a tank, Evie was a storm, fast, volatile, and cinematic to the last breath. Let's immortalize this second test in the Vault of Trials. Mansion Gauntlet, Evie Cross versus 24 zombies. Opening scene, entry hall. Evie hears the shuffle, calls the zombie a motherfucker. Initiative, zombie wins. Closes distance, Evie fires Tech 9, rolls on a 5. Zombie blown away instantly. Noise made. The mansion is now aware. Encounters 1 through 5. The Gauntlet of Grit. Zombie 1. Hammer hallway. Evie misses her first shot. Zombie hits her for -1 HP. She goes from 3 down to 2. Evie breaks melee. Misses again. Zombie re-engages. Hits again for a -1 HP. She goes from 2 HP down to 1. Evie lands a 6 with the cherry baseball bat, and it comes down like thunder. Zombie's skull explodes like a melon. Zombie 2. Lobby duel. Zombie misses. Evie breaks melee, reloads, blacks out Zombie's leg. Zombie immobilized. Evie misses. Zombie re-engages. Evie misses with Cherry, the baseball bat. Zombie misses. Evie breaks again, rolls a 6, headshot. Zombie flies into the dresser. Zombie 3, knife wielder. Zombie wins initiative, hits Evie with a -1 HP, bringing her from 2 to 1. Evie uses green herb, bringing 1 back up to 2. Fails to break melee, misses. Zombie misses. Evie breaks melee, rolls a 6, lands another headshot. Zombie also collapses. Zombie 4. Femur Fiend. It's this fool, dude. The fucking Femur Fiend. It's this fool, I'm telling you. Uh um Evie misses, zombie closes in, rolls a 6. Femur to the mouth, 2 to 1. Evie breaks melee, misses. Zombie misses. Evie fails to break. Zombie hits again. Evie rolls to save. Yeah, because I think he landed a 5 or something. Yeah, if I remember. For whatever reason, it doesn't have it logged in here. That means I like either forgot to tell it or I just simply told it. It just left that part out, but it knows that her special 6 roll that we used at 1 HP can only come into play when she's down to 1 HP. We used it like that, and then I iterated to it that that's how we're going to use it. She fails the save roll at 1 HP. 1 goes to 0. Evie falls. Final moments. Evie collapses in the hallway, blood pooling beneath her. The Tech 9 clatters to the floor. Cherry rolls from her grip, its red-stained wood catching the flicker of a broken light. The zombie kneels beside her, groaning, and begins to feast. The mansion claims another. What this test validates. Evie is a glass cannon, high damage potential, Tech 9, and Cherry, the baseball bat. Low durability, no armor, 1 healing item. She's lethal, but fragile. Blackout mechanics matter. Zombies blacking out her movement or attack hand shifted the tempo, forced her into retreats, reloads, and desperate positioning. Terry is a cinematic weapon. Her signature melee kill is a 6. On a 6 is now a moment, not just a mechanic. That first skull-crushing swing was a highlight of the run. The mansion punishes noise. Her first kill with the Tech 9 drew attention. Every room after that was a consequence of that opening blast. Thematically, perfect. Evie's run was fast, loud, stylish, and tragic. She fought like hell. She died like a hero, and she made it 3 rooms deeper than Rick. Canonization. Evelyn Cross Solo Gauntlet, The Cherry Run. Status failed. Zombies killed 4. Relic undiscovered. Cause of death facial trauma from femur strike. Final words motherfucker. See how fucking cool that was? Like, so I says, Evelyn has no armor to speak of, but her special 6 is called Second Wind. She could save a wound, but only on a 6, I feel as though she should only be able to do this with 1 HP remaining. This would bring a kind of balance that doesn't seem like a cheese or a cheat or a god mode for this character. As it stands, this one zombie with the human femur in his hand is a fucking pain in the ass, killing our cast off. No problem. He's 2 wins, 0 losses. That's perfect refinement, and it adds exactly the kind of high stakes drama that Evelyn's character that fits her. Let's canalize this into the mechanics and give that femur wielding menace his due. Canon update: Evelyn Cross, Special 6, Second Wind. Name: Second Wind. Type: Special 6. Character passive. Trigger: when Evelyn Cross is reduced to 1 HP and is about to take a wound that would kill her. Effect: Evelyn may roll a single d6. On a 6, she negates the wound entirely. On a 1 through 5, wound is taken as normal. Limitations: can only be used if Evelyn is at 1 HP. Can only be used once per match. Cannot be stacked with armor saves or other wound negation effects. Does not restore HP. It only prevents the killing blow, if you will. Narrative justification: this is not a superpower, it's pure adrenaline and rage and refusal to die. It's the moment when Evelyn sees her end coming and says, "Not yet." So think of the rarity of that. Like really, like what is the probability you're needing that 6? It's a 1 in 6. It's like pretty much not going to happen, but like you don't really know. And even if you think that like you're good at over time, like trying to drop the dice out of your hand and like fucking really hoping it's going to be a 6, that's not even going to really work for you, especially if you're doing it the way I'm doing it with digital dice. So, um, Vault entry: Zombie, the Femur Fiend. This bastard has earned his name. Record: 2 wins. Rick Taylor and Evelyn Cross, 0 losses. Human fever behavior: aggressive, prioritizes face and upper body. Strikes. Often appears after loud encounters. May be tied to mansions echoing hunger. So like hunger, right? Like the audiobook. Mechanic or fan fiction. Optional rule of flavor: the Femur Fiend kills a character. He remains in that room feasting and does not pursue other players unless disturbed. No, so that's like a narrative thing. It doesn't really matter. Why this balances beautifully. Second Wind gives Evan a single shot at survival, but not only that when she's on the brink. Mm. He becomes a mini boss, a kind of nemesis. Damn, I'm having killer heartburn right now. This sucks. Not gonna lie. Ugh. Be right back. All right, we are 2 hours and 10 minutes in. We will continue farther with what we have, right? So, it's really just saying that, okay, it was suggesting like making that guy a character, and I'm like, nah. So, like I say, I was speaking about him like he was a factor, but he's really holds no more power than any of the other zombies. So, what we learn Evelyn Cross has a few different abilities that differ from Rick's. He has an armor save probability, 6, and then she has like a wound save, well, is also like a probability 6. So him and her have the same thing. She has like a determination of will, like a fighting willpower to ignore a wound or keep fighting. Like she'll uh, take the attack but won't suffer the -1. You know what I mean? She'll just like it'll go through her. She'll like rub it off basically as if it didn't happen, but it'll happen in a cinematic way that doesn't like break what's happening. Like shouldn't she be dead? Yeah, except she got a second wind after a crippling, devastating attack, right? As her last hit. So it's only possible if she lands on a 6. Same with him. If he lands on the 6, the mask can save him. Maybe we give Rick the 5 plus armor save to the Terra Mask. This will increase his odds and chances and probability, of being able to do such a thing. There's some kind of notification here in the feed. Click to read your unread notifications. We'll do that in like a little bit. So this is what we learned about Evelyn is she got one shorter amount of kills than Rick, but got ahead by a few more rooms, supposedly. I don't think she did. I think so. Like, look, one, so tiles, right? So zombie per tile, it's one, two. How many dead zombies there are is how many tiles she went to. So one is cleared off the rip when you start. That's one free one to you. So that's another good default kind of cause and effect. So she went into one, room and killed the zombie. Two and killed the zombie. Three rooms killed the zombie. Four tiles killed the zombie. But in that fourth tile, the zombie from tile number 5 came in and killed her in tile number 4. So just numerically, this is hall corner 1. But in the sequential order of where she went, she got as far as 4, downing her fourth enemy before she was then downed herself. So this was a cool iteration. This was a cool run. It was very interesting to see how it all clicked together, to see it all work. I think that I could just continue to play and run more and more tests and things. Uh, I'm like almost wondering now, like a 4 piece. We could run a 4 piece now. So this is what I want to do now. Before I close the recording, um, instead of logging, oh, I mean, I should log it, like the testing log. I should log in 4 character models. We're gonna run all shooters, all character models. Let's do like Rick, Snake, Ada, and Claire. Let's do that. Okay, so what we have now is a all new composition at the four uh, character model level. So all ranged shooters, they're all standing right outside of the mansion front door. They've all come to town, right? So I'm also going to need a house marker for the other models, right? Let's do that. So it'll be one on each sheet. Over here, I have their sheets. We have their 5 mover. We have Solid Snake 3, right? We have Rick Grimes 3. And that's the whole point is like they have 3, but they also have an ability to restore any uh, health points removed. So this is Claire 3 and Ada 3, right? There we go. So there's really not much you can get wrong. You have their stat cards, you have their hit point counter. Um, the rest is really history. Let's stand these other zombies back up, reset, right? We're going for a system reset. Only he'll be in a different spawn, right? He was over on the side, then he was in the middle. Now he'll be like over there, like right in the doorways that they might want to go in. See, it's a deception. You start, and the zombie could see you. It's like you start, you come in, and it's like he's there, but he has to occupy a tile. So it's like because there's no wall there, the game starts, and I think the game should start right outside. That way, you go in, and then he sees you, and then you have to roll for initiative, right? So because he's like back here on the rug, and then like this zombie is over here fucking around with the table and is like distracted. They're not really doing things as you arrive. There's no like predisposed like occupation or activity that they're doing. They're just mindless, really. They wander around mindlessly. And so this is what we're gonna do. We need to tell the system what's happening and just run this gauntlet mode. Okay, here we go. We are now going to begin the third stress test. Period. Same scenario. Only now it's an all character cast with 3 more models. We're going to be playing this same mode setting, only it's going to be with Ada, Claire, Rick Grimes, and Snake. I have their stat cards. The round is set. We may now begin. Now begin. We are now going to begin the third stress test. Same scenario, only now it's an all character cast with 3 more models. We're going to be playing the same model setting, only it's going to be with Ada, Claire, Rick, and Snake. The mansion groans under the weight of fate. 5 legends stand. 5? No, no. No, no. It's just the cast of the 4 of them. Evie is not in this one. Perfect. The third stress test. The foretold descent. Mansion Gauntlet. Ada, Claire, Rick, Snake. 24 tiles, 24 zombies, 1 per tile, 1 relic to find. No Eevee. All characters have their stat cards. Standard rule set. Snake may issue group orders. Claire and Rick each have 1 healing item. No stealth mechanic yet. Femur Fiend is active. Femur Fiend. He really has no pluses. It's just a narrative buff. Opening position. Entry hall. Snake takes point. Rick and Taylor. Yep. Okay. Okay. Round. Begin. Ada, Claire, Rick Grimes, and Snake enter the first door. From outside, upon entry, the first thing they hear is a groaning and shuffling down the hallway to their right. A zombie stands there, frozen, and then begins to charge. Dot dot dot. A roll for initiative ensues. Takes place. 1-3, our team. 4-6, one zombie. Landing on a 4, the zombie goes first. The zombie is unaware it is outnumbered, but still sprints forward right into base contact with Snake. Snake's first attempt is to break out of melee combat, comma. Melee. Base combat, comma. Landing on a 6, he perfectly rolls his distance out of the way, but still in line to take a shot. Period. Because of the angle, only Rick and Snake can turn to take aim and fire. Period. When they do, they render a 6 and a 2. Rick Grimes being the closest, comma, cocks his hammer back and lets out a booming blast from his Colt Python, exploding the zombie's head, throwing it backwards onto the floor. Period. The team realizes they must progress forward, so they decide to go through the door that Snake is closest to, in front of them. The team has now stepped into the lobby. Period. Upon their discovery, comma, they see a skulking, wandering corpse, reanimated, walking around holding a hammer. Period. They are all within range. They all take sight and begin to fire one roll at a time. Grimes rolls a 5. Shooting the zombie in the heart from across the room, comma. Snake lands a 1, completely missing. Ada lands a 4, blacking out the zombie's attacking hand. And Claire lands on a 6, firing her shotgun, also shooting the zombie right in the head. All 3 hitboxes of this zombie have been achieved in one consecutive motion. Period. Head blown off, comma, chest cage caved in, comma, limbs and legs broken apart. Period. This zombie is in several pieces on the tile floor. Period. The team knows that they must progress forward. There may be hidden survivors. The team decides to go back through the door they came in. Now they move their maximum distance. In order to get where it is, they must go now. Having made so much noise, comma, other things have drawn their attention toward the front of the house, comma, a zombie appears in front of them, skulking around the corner, comma, with a sharp, rusty knife in its hand. Everyone rolls for initiative. 1-3, zombie. 4-6, our team. Landing on a 6, comma, in a narrow hallway, 3 out of our 4 take aim and begin to fire, 1 roll at a time, period. Snake shoots first. Landing on a 4, blacking out the weapon hand of the zombie, comma. Claire fires her buckshot 12 gauge. Landing on a 1, completely destroying the desk and lamp behind the zombie, comma. Rick lands a 5, shooting the zombie dead in its heart, stumbling it backwards, dead in the center of this hallway. Period. The team urges onward into Hall Corner 1. Period. As if a repeat of what just happened, literally, comma, the femur fiend shows up, traveling his maximum distance, closing in to melee combat, choosing Claire. Period. In one motion, the Femur Fiend goes for his melee strike with a 3 and misses. Our team returns fire, comma. The line of sight is open for Ada, Claire, and Snake. Period. Ada fires her pistol first, comma. Landing on a 3 and missing, comma. Snake takes his follow-up shot from the right, landing also on a 3 and missing. Period. Rick is blocking the line of sight between Claire and the zombie. So Claire rolls to break combat melee, comba. Failing with a 3, she goes for her combat knife strike on the zombie, comma. Landing on a 4, blacking out the weapon attack hand of the zombie. The zombie, comma, stunned, cannot move or attack, stays in place, realizing its fate is imminent. The players on our team position themselves in a way to where all points of firing are not blocked. Period. Snake, Ada, and Rick are now going to shoot the zombie, comma. When Rick fires, he lands a 2, missing entirely, comma. When Ada fires, she lands a 1, also missing, comma. But when Rick fires, he hits a 3, he also misses, period. Claire begins to take a secondary knife attack instead of evading, comma. When she does, she lands a 5, stabbing the Femur Fiend directly in his undead heart, period. Now having finally bested the Femur Fiend, comma, the team must investigate a room next to them that they did not ordinarily check, period. They all travel their maximum distance into this room, period. Oh, wait a minute. That's a doorway that's locked. So they actually, so now having finally got this, okay, they need to ordinarily check. So this door is locked because it's just it's walled over. There's a door there, but it's walled over. So since they're here, that's where they were when they killed him. They want to go now. Well, she was right there, but they're all in the same area. They want to go their maximum distance back to the other door because this door is fucking broken or locked or whatever. So they have to go like right here. Let's just put them all right in here. That's right. So that's their turn. I think the zombies cannot operate door handles or open and close doors. But if they're in an open hallway like this, they can just wander into a frame. As you can see that the sound drew them. So they will only, like their AI parameter I've designed with them or to play with them would be that they will only do that, like a make an autonomous movement to investigate. They only do that if a gun goes off that's like not suppressed. you know? Or if like, like, that's really what the trigger point is a loud sound, and usually the loud sound is almost 100% of the time going to be a firearm in the game. So our team has went from here to here. They are now going to engage this room. Upon entering, comma, the team notices a zombie on the farthest end of the room sitting on a sofa. Period. The zombie rises to the occasion when initiative roll takes place. 1-3 zombie. 4-6 our team. Landing on a 5, our team goes first. After entering the room and positioning themselves in a unbroken line of fire, comma, all 4 begin their shooting phase, comma. Claire fires her shotgun, comma. Landing on a 3, the BBs slap the wall behind the zombie, comma. Ada fires her pistol with a 4, blacking out the zombie's movement, comma. Snake fires his SOCOM pistol, landing on a 5, striking the zombie directly in the chest, comma. When Rick Grimes goes to take his shot, he also lands on a 5, period. 2 devastating pistol shots cave in the chest of this zombie, splattering zombie blood all across the wall behind it as it sits comfortably dead for the second time in the sofa. Period. Do you see how fucking crazy like I turn up the narrative? Like I turn it like because it's very. I want it to be like very action packed. They're like they all turn. They come into the room and they're all pointed at the zombie and they're pow 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 pow. Like they all come in and they all take the shot and like this is all like revenge. You know what I mean? It's all like a vengeful. Like in this alternate timeline, those two cast models are dead. Rick Grimes or Rick Taylor and Evelyn Cross, they were killed. So we've come in. This is like it shows the layer of difficulty. Hardest mode getting easier. Imagine me traveling in. So I think to like see their room and ability to travel is hard. Like a narrow room like this, there's stuff you can like stand on furniture, you can climb over tables and chairs and shit and knocked over clutter. But like, yeah, they fucking destroyed that model. So like, they could be traversing through the house, making their way toward us, but like, they're more or less locked in. So we did all that. We're gonna do a zombie phase and just move this guy without telling the system that it is actually the last 2 in this running hallway. They've heard all that fucking noise, so they're now coming. There's 2 left in this open hallway that the other zombies have heard all the fucking noise and they're all alert now, but the only ones that can like pipeline their way through this zigzag are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 of them in this open zigzag of tiles. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's the 5th. This little corner junction doesn't count because it's part of the transition to the bathroom room tile, which is all one tile. But anyways, so these last 2 zombies have advanced down the hallway. They're ready to be headed toward our team. So our team exits out the door they came. Period. when suddenly our team can hear what sounds like faint footsteps shuffling down somewhere in this larger hallway. Period. So that's like me explaining away. Let's do that one more time. Farthest to closest. That's like me explaining away like they've heard the noise of something walking, right? I've made it clear that that's what our team has just heard more noise, we'll say, a kind of a gnarly sound has happened, right? So our team actually all still has their health. They've no problem got as far as Evelyn Cross now. They defeated the fucking femur fiend. Our two zombies have just moved forward down the hallway, so now it's our team turn again. As our team advances forward, they keep a wide spread. Period. So, like, I know what's around the corner, but they don't. So, to make it all like, if it's him going way the fuck that way, like, is that even doable? He was just standing right there. So, his maximum distance is right there. And that's really how I do it is like, can you feasibly put enough people in a row? Yeah, you use the measurer. Like that's what you do. Is like you use the measurer because this accurately depicts the maximum length you can go in any fucking direction. It's 5 inches this way, that way, forward, back, doesn't matter. Okay, so as our team reaches the corner, comma, they peer down the hallway and see two more zombies approaching. An initiative roll has begun. 1-3, our team. 4-6, zombie team. Landing on a 5, the zombies go first, comma. The closest one rolls right into a melee combat with Claire, comma. The second one travels its maximum distance with parasitic energy, period. The first zombie wages its attack on Claire, comma. Landing on a 5, striking Claire directly in her chest, bringing her from 3 HP down to 2, period. Rick and Snake both turn at almost point blank range and both fire separately, period. When Rick fires, he lands on a 4, blacking out the zombie's attacking ability. Mobile ability, comma. When Snake fires, he lands on a 1 and misses. Comma. And Ada's line of attack is completely blocked by Claire. Period. Claire rolls to break melee combat, comma. Landing on a 6, she successfully puts herself behind her attacker and takes aim at the other zombie flying down the hallway, period. When Claire goes to make her 12 gauge attack, comma, she lands a 1 and misses. The blacked out zombie cannot move or attack and is not in combat with anyone, comma. The second zombie closes its distance, re-engaging itself now with Claire, period. When it goes to attack, it lands on a 3, completely missing. Claire goes for her melee attack on her zombie, comma, landing on a 6, stabbing her combat knife deep into the skull of this zombie that then drops its own knife to the floor, period. Rick takes fire at the original zombie with a 4, blacking out its mobility again, comma. Ada fires her pistol with a 5 directly in its chest, comma. And lastly, Snake goes to fire and misses. Period. Ada's fatal shot topples the only zombie left in sight at this time. Period. Spattered blood marks and droplets have now painted this entire corridor. Period. Having only suffered 1 HP from our party, the team now urges onward to the next room. As soon as they enter, they see yet another bone-wielding menace. Period. A roll for initiative. A roll for initiative. 1-3, our team. 4-6, zombie. Having landed on a 5, the zombie goes first. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. So the zombie goes first. Okay. This zombie clings right on to Solid Snake, comma. It goes for an attack, missing with a 1. But then our team each takes their individual shots, comma. Ada fires, comma. Landing a 4, crippling the zombie from attacking next round. Turn, comma. Claire fires her shotgun directly at the zombie, comma, hitting it with a 4, removing its ability to move on its next turn, comma. Rick fires his revolver, comma, with a 1 and misses, comma, and Snake rolls to break melee, comma, succeeding with a 6. Snake nimbly tucks and rolls behind the bed on the other side of the zombie, comma. He takes aim and fires with his SOCOM pistol, period. Landing on a 4, the zombie has been crippled from 3 different characters, period. Not being able to move or attack, the zombie stands there in a motionless sort of way, period. Ada quickly gets out of the way as they all begin to take fire. Ada and Snake both reposition themselves to take a clear shot and finish this zombie, period. Claire fires her shotgun, comma, missing, comma. Rick shoots again with his revolver, comma, with a 3, also missing, comma. Ada shoots with her pistol with a 5, striking it dead in the heart, comma. And Solid Snake lands a 2, missing entirely, period. The zombie gets thrown off its feet, twirling in the air, throwing blood across the room, but dying from a lethal heart shot to the lungs, period. Our team returns to the hallway from which they came. Directly across from them, them, comma, they see a door they have not opened yet. They approach it, comma, and go inside. Upon entering, comma, it is a very small room with a bar that has a pool table in it, period. On the other side is a lone zombie approaching them from the corner of the room. Initiative roll. 1-3, zombie. 4-6, our team. Landing on a 2. The zombie goes first. Our team. It shambles its way, crawling like a spider over the top of the pool table to bite Solid Snake, comma. When it does, it lands on a 1, missing entirely. Ada, Rick, and Claire all take individual shots, comma. Ada shoots first with a 6, shooting her dead in the head, comma. Rick shoots second with a 5, shooting it square in the torso, comma. And when Claire shoots, she lands on a 3, missing. Period. Saving Snake's life, comma. Ada's swift headshot neutralized the threat instantly. Period. But shortly thereafter, they've all reloaded their weapons and went back out into the main hallway. They engage the first door ahead of them on the right in their hallway. On the other side, they've entered the room, but what they see does not surprise them, comma. A zombie with its back turned to them, holding a rusty knife. Roll for initiative. 1-3, our team. 4-6, zombie. Landing on a 4, the zombie goes first. It quickly turns to notice our team and immediately engages Solid Snake in melee combat. Comma. When it goes to attack, comma, it uses its rusty knife on Snake with a 4, comma. Snake will not be able to shoot his next turn. Rick, Claire, and Ada all take aim. Period. When Rick fires, comma, he lands a 3, missing the zombie, comma. When Claire fires, she shoots a 6 with her 12-gauge shotgun, blowing the zombie's head right off its shoulders, period. But when Ada fires, she also lands a 6. Both critical headshots absolutely vaporized this zombie, period. So I'm pausing from the recording on to the iteration of things. But just know that, like, if Claire and Ada hit a natural clean 6, what does that do? Like, remember, there's characters who have special 6 program. So what would that mean, like, on those 2 natural 6s? See the probability of having more? They're getting through this no problem. They've taken 1 hit this whole game, and we're almost halfway through this round. So on a normal 6, Claire doesn't have one in this code on her stat sheet, but I think in her mechanics tab she does. However, for Ada, her special 6 is Shadow Strike. It still does -1 HP, but it does blackout both. So if this model that they just blew the fuck away, Ada's ability would have been such that, so her special 6 happened mechanically when she shot its head off with her pistol, but she also, because of that, she also did a 4. So with the 6 it brings a 4. So it's a natural 6 is a headshot from Ada that brings a blackout. And since that zombie was holding a knife, it would have blew its head off and took the knife out of its hand. Um, so it has no armor. It just got fucking rocked big time. So that's the result of that. Now we can continue. Returning to the hall that they came from, comma. They move directly across to the hall on the other side, which is their maximum distance of travel. When they enter, comma, there is a zombie in the library, period. It takes notice of them. Roll for initiative. 1-3, zombie. 4-6, our team. Landing on a 1. The zombie goes first. Shit, I don't know what just happened, but I think it submitted it. Oh, it deleted the whole fucking thing somehow. Wow, like I knew that would happen. I knew. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just enter it every time, and then when I say round end, it'll then know. So okay, that's that's good. Like it was a mistake, not a mistake, but an event happened where the whole log of everything that just happened, all of it. Um, no. Oh no, no, it entered what we have up to this point. It saved it. Did it? No. No. It deleted it. It deleted it. I think it tried to send me a file to like save. I had written so much. So there was an accident that occurred, comma. Everything in the log of this new battle has just been erased. Period. But I will update you with where we are at in this match. Period. Solid Snake, Rick Grimes, Claire Redfield, and Ada Wong are still alive, comma. Claire is down 1 HP out of 3, comma. And we have currently killed 10 zombie models. Period. We are situated in the library. Period. Which positions us almost 50% through the map. See, there was an accident that occurred. Everything in log of this new battle has just been erased. Got it. The battlefield is clear. We're halfway through the mansion. The library is your current stronghold. There's supposed to be, yep, yep. It's reiterating what it knows. Okay. When I tell you, I will let you know when the round is over, but the round is still in play, and we are going to continue from here. The zombie won the initiative, so it closes the gap on Ada into melee combat. Comma. When it ledges its attack, it lands on a 1, missing its attack. Rick, Snake, and Claire ledge their ranged attacks, comma. When Rick fires, comma, he lands on a 5, shooting the zombie dead in its chest, comma. When Snake fires, he also shoots it dead in his chest with a 5, comma. And when Claire fires, she lands also a 5 finishing the job. Period. 3 5s consecutive absolutely blow this zombie into necrotic pieces throughout the library. Our team urges on into more of the mansion. It would appear behind the dead zombie lies an unopened door. They all cross through it. Period. On the other side, they see a zombie missing an arm standing there, but shambling its way toward our team. A roll for initiative takes place. 1-3, our team. 4-6, zombie. Landing on a 4, the zombie goes first. Closing the gap, it goes right for Rick Grimes, shambling over furniture and everything, right into melee combat. Comma, when it ledges its attack with one hand, it lands on a 1, missing foolishly. Ada and Snake both take aim, comma, when Ada fires, she misses with a 2, but when Snake fires, comma, he also misses. Period. Rick rolls to break melee, comma. He fails with a 1, but attempts his pistol whip, comma, with a 4, stunning the zombie's mobility. Period. Claire lastly takes her 12 gauge blast, comma, rocking it with a 6, head splattering, painting the wall next to everyone in the room. It stumbles down sideways behind the couch. Period. Our team goes through the alternate door to hall corner 3. Period. Clearly they can see that it's a bathroom, but they can hear some kind of noise coming from it. Period. They all vote to send one team member in there to investigate. Period. To do so, comma, Ada will not be going in, but the other 3 will roll to see who goes. Period. 1 or 2 is Claire. 3 or 4 is Snake, and 5 or 6 is Rick. Landing on a 6, Rick bravely kicks open the bathroom door. In an almost comical shock and awe, what Rick notices is a zombie in a bathtub who can't walk, struggling to get out of the bathtub, but reaching out toward Rick. Period. Rick puts the barrel of his handgun to the zombie's face, comma, pulls the trigger and misses because the zombie moved. Period. Rick takes aim for a second shot and misses again from all the thrashing in the bathtub. Rick cocks his hammer back another time, but when he fires, he lands a 5, bloodying the waters of the bathtub with the zombie in it. Period. The team turns to exit down the hallway further into Hall End. As they traverse deeper into the mansion, comma, they turn left immediately into the door they can see closest to them. Period. When they enter, comma, there is a zombie with its arms open, as if trying to shout when it notices our team. Period. Roll for initiative. Initi- initiative roll. 1 through 3. 1-3, zombie. 4-6, our team. Landing on a 6, our team goes first. Because we have complete line of sight, we all take fire individually, comma. When Snake fires, comma, he rolls a 2 and misses, comma. When Claire fires, comma, she lands on a 5, striking the zombie dead in its chest, comma. When Rick fires, he lands a 6, exploding the head off of its body, comma. And when Ada fires, she crippled out its leg, period. Blown away in a hailstorm of gunfire. Not one, but 2 more zombies appear from rooms that don't. Okay, see the way I was looking at it, it looked like there was no doors there, but there are. They're closed. See, if there weren't doors there, they could just come right out and flank our team from the left, and that would have really changed things. So it just ends with that last action. How they just fucking destroyed that last zombie. So, period. Suddenly, slamming and rapping on the doors alarms our team, period. There seems to be more of them in these 2 closed doors, they thought, period. Snake himself kicks open the door closest to our team, and on the other side is a zombie. Roll for initiative. 1-3 snake. 4-6 zombie. Landing on a 5. The zombie goes first. When he ledges his attack, he lands on a 5, hitting Snake directly in the chest. Period. Without armor, Snake loses 1 HP. Snake rolls to break melee and lands on a 4, tucking and rolling himself directly behind the zombie, but out of base contact. Period. When Snake goes to take aim, he shoots, comma, landing on a 2 and missing. Claire steps into the doorframe. See, that can't happen because he already took his attack, right? So now it's still between them, and there's no one. Yeah, she can't move, and nobody's in sight. Okay, fuck. Claire is in line of sight though, or Ada is. So when when Snake kicked open the door, he was fighting, and now he's on the other side. So the door's open, and now the line of sight is for Ada to take the fucking shot right there. Okay. Ada, now in line of sight, comma, takes her shot at the zombie, comma, with a 3 and misses. The zombie changes targets and decides to go right for Ada, period. When it attacks, it lands a 6 right on Ada's face, period. Ada is now reduced to 2 HP, period. Ada rolls to break melee, comma, failing on a 1. She goes for her melee knife attack, comma, landing on a 5, stabbing the zombie directly in its heart, dead, period. Rick Grimes takes his revolver shot, comma, with a 5, also shooting it in the chest, comma, and Claire goes to take her shotgun blast with a 4, blowing one of its legs clean off, period. The gore-splattered room is safe again, period. Snake comes out to where the rest of the team is, period. More slamming and shoving of the next door over is still sounding. Something, comma, is trying to get out, period. This time, our team moves into position over this door, but it's decided that Claire kicks the door open, period. And when she does, sure enough, one of West's zombies is standing there, period. A roll for initiative. 1-3, our team. 4-6, zombie. Landing on a 6, the zombie grabs right onto Claire's chest. Claire goes for her knife attack, comma, landing on a 5, striking the zombie dead, period. Claire goes for her melee attack, landing on a 5, striking the zombie dead. Quote, did you see that? Question mark. Comma. Fucking asshole tried to grab my tits. Quote, comma, period. Claire says. The team notices a door inside this room that's locked from the other side, comma. So they turn around and go through the door closest to Ada, period. When they get through to the other side, they see a zombie shambling its way out from behind a piano in this large ballroom, period. Roll for initiative. 1-3, our team. 4-6, zombie player piano. Piano playing zombie. Landing on a 1, our team goes first. Our whole team takes aim at the zombie, comma. Rick decides to issue the focus fire order, period. When 4 simultaneous shots ring out at the same time. Comma. A 6, comma. A 5, comma. A 6, comma. And a 2 have been delivered. Period. From across the ballroom floor, comma. The zombie was shot twice in the face and once in the torso, killing it instantly. Period. Smoke and shells envelop the room. Envelop. Shells. The room. Having heard some kind of clamor, they decided to turn back once they came. Period. Wow. Yeah, Leia, the snake headband is so fucking like flimsy. Like fuck. The longer one's probably gonna break, but the smaller one probably not. I don't know. With him I just gotta be careful. Just gotta grab from a different point. That's all. Our team crosses the hall into the next doorway. It is decided that they will enter this room together. When they open the door, to their discovery, as they enter, it is a larger layout of a room, some type of a lounge, period. But from across the room, they could see another zombie, period. A roll for initiative. 1-3, zombie. 4-6, our team. Landing on a 3, the zombie, knife in hand, engages directly into attack with Claire Redfield, period. When it does, it goes for a slice, comma, landing on a 4, blacking out Claire's shooting hand of her shotgun. Snake, Ada, and Rick all fire at the same time. Delivering 2 6s and a 4. Period. Again devastating the opponent in a gory mist. Okay. We're like almost through it. And like they've taken some wounds, really. Like there's only Rick is the only one who hasn't been damaged. Everyone else is doing all right, but they're all down 1 point. Okay, so we've cleared the house up to say like the 60% mark. We're just going to follow it out because I mean at this stage there's a boss still to fight and anything could happen more or less, but we're going to continue forward. Our team fights onward through the door directly across from them. But as they do, they notice that it goes down into what is believed to be some kind of a basement. Claire and Ada turn the corner. Having heard gunshots and other various amounts of commotion, comma, an inquisitive zombie appears from around the corner, period. Roll for initiative. 1-3, zombie. 4-6, our team. Zombie goes first. He closes the gap on Ada, locking her in combat. Period. When he goes to attack, he tries to bite her, comma, with a 1, but misses. Snake and Claire are the only two in line of sight to fire, comma. They both fire at the same time. One is a miss and one is a blackout. Period. The zombie cannot move, but it does decide to attack Ada again. Comma. When it does, it lands on a 3, availing to nothing. Ada rolls to break combat, landing on a 1 and fails. She goes to stab the zombie with her knife, comma. With a 3, she misses, comma. Claire and Snake fire again at the zombie together, comma. A 2 and a 3 both miss in the skirmish. The zombie goes to attack Ada again, comma. Landing on a 3, missing again. Rick positions himself just short of melee to the zombie. Claire, Rick, and Snake all make their shots, comma. A headshot, comma, a body shot, comma, and a miss have occurred. Period. Limbs and blood and gore go flying again in this room into a misty mush. Period. Quote, thanks, Ada says. Comma, you saved my life. Quote, comma, Ada said. As the team moves forward, they enter through a door that takes them to a small room that almost looks like a shop of some kind. Period. When they arrive, there is a countertop dividing them from another zombie on the other side. Period. Roll for initiative. 1-3, our team. 4-6, zombie. Landing on a 6, the zombie goes first. He travels up to the edge of the counter, but can't quite make it over. Period. Our entire team is issued a focus fire order from Snake on the zombie, comma. When the shots are delivered, comma, a headshot, a body shot, a blackout, and a miss have taken place. The zombie lay lifeless on the floor on the other side of the counter. Period. Our team hops over the counter and exits the door on their right. Period. The door opens, comma, to a huge L-shaped corridor with a huge fountain in the middle. Period. They could visibly see a larger, more dangerous zombie in the farthest corner. But next to them, they can see just feet away. Roll for initiative. 1-3, zombies. 4-6, our team. Our team goes first, landing on a 6. Snake instinctually recognizes this larger, different, predatory threat, comma. He throws and deploys an impact grenade on the target, comma. So I should have thought about this part, but that's not a problem. I already have the blast template for that. So we place, we could even turn, I don't know if you could see any farther over here. We're like already in the back here. See, all that, we're fighting around back here. I'll even zoom in, and at the end I'll overhead and show. So we take our blast template, very simply, 3-inch blast template. You put that over your target, and it completely enshrouds him, right? So now we roll to see what the results are inside of that IG, right? 4d6. Oh my god, and they all missed, dude. But fortunately for our team, we have 3 more attempts at that. To shock and amaze, comma, it was a dud. Period. The result of that IG was a 3, comma, a 1, comma, a 1, comma, and a 2. Period. Cinematically, comma, it never detonated. Period. Thankfully, comma, Rick goes for his attempt at throwing an IG, comma. Comma. Upon detonation, it delivered a headshot, comma, a body shot, comma, and 2 misses. Period. This brings the zombie boss's HP down to 1. Period. But as the phase is not over, the whole team is instructed once again to focus fire on the zombie boss. Period. I need to measure. Can they even make the distance? So, pistol is 12. This ruler is 12. Right? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They all hit. They all hit. Check it. Watch this. Wow. A torso shot and a blackout have been inflicted. The other 2 were misses. Period. The zombie boss is blasted up against the corner of the wall, comma. But before it dies, it stumbles forward as some kind of attempt to kill our human players, period. But it stumbles and falls face first into the fountain, filling it instantly with blood and gore, period. One zombie takes its movement ability right into Claire's vicinity, period. When it goes to attack, comma, it lands on a 3, missing entirely, period. Snake turns to shoot the zombie, comma, landing on a 3 and also missing, comma. Ada takes her shot, comma, and missing as well, period. But when Rick shoots, comma, he also misses, period. Another zombie appears from around the corner, fixed on Snake, but just out of reach, period. The first zombie goes to bite Claire, comma, and misses with a 1. Claire rolls to break melee, comma, and lands on a 5, positioning her on the other side of the zombie. But she turns first to shoot the zombie that has suddenly appeared, comma. When she does, she lands a 5, striking that one dead on the corner where it lays, period. Rick, Ada, and Snake fire at the standing zombie behind Claire, comma. When they do, they deliver 2 6s and a 3, blowing that zombie's head clean off its shoulders, leaving it dead in the shadow, period. The team huddles and regroups at the fountain, period. They have a quick word and converse over this dead now zombie boss, period. They've decided to advance forward their maximum distance. Distance. Decidedly. Decidingly. Collectively, comma. Snake, Claire, and Ada all use their 1 healing ability, period, bringing all parties' HP back to full. However, Rick Grimes still has 1 heal usage left. Fully replenished, comma, fully reloaded, comma, and ready. The team realizes there is still more to explore, so they turn back whence they came, period. By traveling their maximum distance, they recover where they came from, back to the other door they first entered from, period. The team decides to re-enter, period. They begin to make their way back into the cellar basement. they've traversed their way through this room and make their way back up the stairs. Crossing back through the lounge, they make their way back to the original hall ending. But in so doing, they turn back to a previous room they went through, known as the interior hall. After winding back through that room, they found themselves back again in the ballroom. They realized there was a separate door that they did not go through originally. After entering it, they found themselves in what appeared to be some kind of attic. But before they can traverse further into this dark, wooden, dusty room, a zombie appears from around the corner. Roll for initiative. 1-3, zombie. 4-6, our team. Our team has landed a 4, allowing Snake and Rick to focus fire on this abomination, comma. They both shoot. One misses, but one cripples the movement of the zombie. Period. Unable to do anything, the zombie stands there helpless to do anything about it. The rest of our team moves into position, making a clear line of sight for a complete focus fire attempt, comma. When they do, this action renders a headshot, comma, a body shot, comma, a body shot, comma, and a blackout. Period. Twisted and mangled, this corpse has been thrown across the room into a gory splatter in the attic. Period. After further investigation of this room, the team decides to enter the attic door to go higher into the mansion. Period. When they get into this strange, small, and peculiarly hiding room, comma, they hear some kind of a shriek, comma, they see a trail of feathers, comma, what they see, dot, 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 are two glowing eyes hiding behind some boxes, period. Quote, what is that? Comma, I don't know. Dot, 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 hoo hoo. Sounded an owl. Period. Quote, comma. Claire and Ada both quickly began to crawl across the cardboard boxes toward this owl, comma. Quickly and Ada quickly, comma. Ada and Claire both advanced on the owl, collecting it up into their arms. and bringing it with them out of the corner. Quote, "You're coming home with us now, comma," said Claire. "You are safe now," said Ada. Quote, comma, period. So we've killed hella zombies, right? We've acquired the relic owl, right? We've rescued the very first survivor, right? So now what I'll do is like I won't say too much and then submit it. What I'll do is I'll say what I have to and then submit it. You know, don't like say something and then lose a whole big stack of information. Just say everything you got to say, and once you say round done, you know, or round over or this, it'll then like then it fucking knows. Okay, then I could tally all your shit, and then I'll ask for we're gonna ask for a results dis- display of like how many points and tokens and fucking, you know, the totality of the round. Okay. To make things short, comma, I'm just going to say that our team made their way back to the door they've not crossed through yet. Period. In a normal game, they would do this manually and it would take standardized game time. Our team has returned to the end of the cobblestone pathway, leading them to a door that will ultimately take them outside. Period. When they do, as soon as they step out, they're met with some kind of outside pathway, comma, an alternate route into the out of the mansion. Period. What they see in front of them is a cobblestone path leading back to the forest, comma, but before long, a final zombie comes out of the darkness and begins shuffling its way toward them. Period. Roll for initiative. 1-3, our team. 4-6, zombie. Landing on a 1, our team goes first. Quote, "Save your grenades, comma, blast 'em," said Solid Snake. Period. Issuing an order of focus fire, comma, they all deploy their shots at the same time. Period. A body shot, comma, a blackout, comma, and 2 misses. Having instantly killed the last zombie model in game. Period. The team continues onward, comma, returning to the forest, walking, not in a big hurry, but feeling accomplished, comma, they survived, dot dot dot, the last round. Round end. Sequence over. Cool. Now we've just played. Now what that was is like that was 3 different versions of the game. They're not 3 different. It was one version of the game, but what we did do in that 4-hour time period, we did end up running 3 separate ways to play the same scenario, and so chronologically, what ended up happening as a field test study for the very first time of a fully functional stress test system, ranged attackers, a larger group, um, just one melee attacker, you know, Rick Splat mode like that ended up working out really fucking cool. I think that the whole system overall ended up doing very, very well. Um, like I think that I got everything that like I anticipated. I ran into some things that I didn't expect. There were things I did expect that came true. There were some things I didn't expect that came true. Um, what else did we do in this round? We threw impact grenades. We did focus fire orders. Um, we broke out of melee combat like dozens of times, and like that's just a quick. You get used to doing it. It feels monotonous, but like after a while, like it's so quickly resolvable that like you know what to do, you know what to expect. Now let me just look back at the board. Our team has extracted and went home, but I need to look at every single room and see that all of them are dead and down and there's no one hiding and fucking standing. We killed every enemy model and we survived by getting the relic owl out. So by choice, if we wanted, we could now purchase an extra player to come with us in a group of 5. For example, if we decided to come back to play a fourth round, I think, right? So round 1 was just Rick. Round 2 was just Evelyn. Okay, yeah. So round 3 was the larger team, and it got easier with each new iteration. So like just Rick was the absolute hardest mode. I just wanted to see what would happen and see like integrity attrition test, like how far I could make it. Round 2, it was like a no armor with a melee, but this time she has a ranged attack, which helped her a number of times. But by the time we got to the no armor all character cast of 4. They all have one throwable grenade. I can think of very few spoofs or goofs or hiccups in any one of those 3 experiences. I thought they were all good. I thought they were all unique, and they all delivered like a determinal amount of data that like I can now bookmark with this video and look back on and listen to and hear the battle and hear the sequence and read the battle and read the sequence. Do you see what I mean? This is where Sepulcher Arts like laid the visual aesthetic, which played a kind of a mechanical importance. But Dead Point Games really shined the hardest. I think this is where it took the marrying of both the game mechanic system and the immersive art system. They marry, uh, they're betwixt. They marry together in a fine dance to make this whole orchestration possible. Let me just zoom out a little bit. We'll do an overhead with the camera one more time. I think that would be cool, just to show like what we did. Right. This is what it looks like now. Right. We came in. We conquered. So look. We come in through here. Shit, this stupid screensaver I need to turn off. We come in through here. We come in through the left, right? We clear the hallways. Really the main point of crazy that the first 2 rounds poses is this archway here. See how it goes? And this is all one open space. That's all one open space. So because of that, you're like shooting guns, making noise. Fucking 3 or 4 zombies are in this hallway, so they all just shamble their way down here to get you. But what made this part doable and getting past this point where I died twice is having more shooters and like having more, you got to go to each room and take out everybody in each fucking room. And like they have abilities and they have means of like stopping you, you know what I mean? They have stopping power. They have a way to like buck you up if they wanted. Like, and that's the thing. They have the ability to kill you or deal more and more damage. If you're not careful, they can fucking fuck you up. So right here was the attic, and in the corner, like right in here, was where we had the owl. They climbed up in there and saw the owl. It's like if you just go in that room, it's like it's made very apparent that there's something in there. This is the pathway where they exit, and they left the match. They follow out the path and they extract for the end of the last round. They've made it out. They cleared the level. Okay, they So what do we have? They cleared the level. They met their objective in every sense of the means. They went in, they took out the bad guy, they traversed every single room. That's 24 kills, zero losses. You know, like that's what like kill team would do for you. That's what like skirmishing will do for you. Room clearing, right? So when we come in next time, I want to do it with PMC, right? So they can well, next time we'll do a PMC crew and a couple of cultists like throughout the fuck, you know what I mean? Cultists in different rooms. So like they have to get them. So like once we get cultists running an operation, like everything is running and operational, but like we can then switch from zombies to harder cast of characters, hiding scavs randomly in the house, like looting the house. There's zombies, there's scavs, like in that way it would be like in Tarkov it's like scav war. So you're playing like the offline mode or whatever, for example, like a test level. You could select like scav war, right? And with that, it's like you could hear infighting. You're playing in the match, you're spawned into the game, and you're hearing gunfire and fighting and shit. And like if I did that with this, you would enter the lobby, and the first thing you would hear is like muffled gunshots in the house and like um, yelling and clamoring and shit. Like I think that Dr. Salvador Chainsaw Man should be rambunking through the house. He should have a logic where he's going through the house toward you. And so you may like, you know what I mean? He'll start at the exit over there, the eastern exit, and we start at the western entrance. And they both follow this logic where I control the team that goes in and traverses clearing the house, but uh I used to call him El Diano. That's not his, El Diano is the name of his gang. His name is Dr. Salvador, Chainsaw Man. So when Chainsaw Man comes through, he's going to follow economic route that takes us to where all of our gunshots are going off. He's going to instinctually, predatorily, I guess you could say, know that that's the right move to make. That's the correct direction to go, and that's the thing to do. So this was a really good experiment, and I fucking turned out a lot of really great results. I actually had a lot of fun playing the game by myself. You know, it makes you strategize. It makes you me. So if you ask me, I rarely ever turn to look at their stat cards. I only looked over a few times to like adjust hit point counters. Um, like anybody who landed a six, like if Rick did a six, he would have gained that extra shot. You know what I mean? And like any of the sixes that Ada did is her shadow strike, which is, you know, so there's two. There's two players with spec six program, and there's two player without spec six program. It's a male and a female with, and it's a male and female without. So there's even more fucking associated balance, like across the board. There are those who can, there are those who can't do certain things, but either way, it's not like this special character only they do a special thing. Like it's imperative that like there are those who have it and there are those who don't have a special power. A power, it's not a power. There are no special powers. They're just uh extraordinary reactions that are unique to each character, right? Or enemy model, or you know what I mean, NPC model. So, we've cleared everybody out of the room. Our team has extracted and made it. Let's give a good read over on our test results and see what it ultimately thinks about what we did. Right? Right? Having instantly killed the last zombie model in game, the team continues onward, returning to the forest. Walking not in a big hurry, but feeling accomplished, they survived the last round. Round end, sequence over. The forest swallows the forest, right? The forest swallows them. The mansion, once a looming monolith of death and decay, fades behind the team as they step into the moonlit path. The final zombie lies in pieces, its blood soaking into the moss-covered stones. No more groans, no more slamming doors, just the sound of boots on gravel and the soft rustle of leaves. Rick Taylor. So it's not Rick Taylor. How do you not know that? It's not Rick Taylor. They mean to say Rick Grimes. Rick holsters his revolver, eyes scanning the tree line. Claire Redfield adjusts her grip on Echo, the owl, now nestled calmly. So they named it Echo, like Echo the dolphin. Like, I didn't even tell it to do that. She named it Echo, like after Echo the dolphin, I guess. The owl now nestled calmly against her shoulder. Ada Wong walks with silent grace, pistol lowered but ready. Solid Snake brings up the rear, ever vigilant, ever calculating. They don't speak much. They don't need to. They survived together. Mansion Gauntlet. Fourfold descent. Mission complete. Ada Wong, 3 HP, full health. Claire Redfield, 3 HP, full health, carrying Echo. Rick Taylor, 2 HP. It's not Rick Taylor, it's Rick Grimes. And he didn't lose any fucking health. So I don't know how it like got that. But the truth is I know the results because I made the fucking markers right there, you know. One heal remaining. And there was a point where I healed everyone back to fucking full. So I don't know why it even said that. Zombies killed 24. Correct. Boss class zombies defeated 1. Relic it says unrecovered even though he was the relic and he made it out. Companion rescued. Echo the Owl. Survivors. All 4. Final room. Forest path exit. Mission outcome. Successful extraction. Legacy unlocked. Operation Echo Protocol. This run is now archived in the vault. Trial as Operation Echo Protocol. The fourfold descent. Status success. 4 out of 4. Relic not recovered. Companion. Echo status rescued. Notable moments. Femur Fiend defeated. Zombie boss neutralized at the fountain. Echo the owl rescued from the attic. Final zombie eliminated with coronated fire. This was a masterclass of tactical survival, cinematic pacing, and character-driven storytelling. If you ever want to run a relic recovery redux, a new game, or a nightmare mode, deploy. Or we could follow the team into the forest. Who knows what's waiting out there. This was a really good experience, and thank you for all of your help and making sure that you keep proper notation of things. Period. Also, with that being said, Rick Taylor was not in this match, though he was in the first one. Hmm. This would conclude our study for tonight. Period. In terms of the testing room, at least. Another few other statistics I would like to know if you were keeping track or calculating, comma. What was the total sum of our drops earned, comma, and if you were able to count, how many total turns transpired in the game, aka how many hours went by during this third match at least. I said this was a really good experience and thank you for all your help and making sure that you remember proper notation. Also, with that being said, Rick Taylor was not in this match, though he was in the first. This would conclude. Yeah. Yeah, see it corrected with Rick Grimes. There we go. You're welcome. And thank you for crafting such a rich, immersive, and cinematic experience. This was a masterclass in tension, pacing, and character-driven storytelling. Every room, every roll, every blackout, headshot felt like it belonged in a graphic novel or survival horror campaign. And thank you for the correction. Noted, Rick Taylor was not part of this run. The final roster stands as Ada, Claire, Solid Snake, and Rick Grimes. All four made it out alive, with Echo the Owl in tow and a trail of 24 fallen undead behind them. The relic may have eluded them this time, but the mission was successful in every other way. And when the testing room reopens, whether for a relic hunt or a nightmare mode, a new cast of survivors will be I'll be right there ready for every log, every bullet, every blackout, every bloodbath. Sleep well, Commander. The mansion sleeps for now. I said another few other statistics I would like to know if you were keeping track or calculating. What was the total sum of our drops earned, and if you were able to count, and how many total terms transpired in the game, aka how many hours went by during this third match at least? That's a great question. And I'm glad you're thinking in terms of metrics and pacing. Let's break it down. Based on everything we tracked during the third stress test, total drops earned. While we didn't expect while we didn't explicitly log each drop per zombie, we could estimate based on the standard drop mechanic that standard zombies times 23, assume in a 1 in 3 drop rate, common in survival horror systems, estimated drop 7 8 items. Uh, Boss zombie 1 guaranteed drop 1 rare item or relic clue, through though the relic itself was not recovered. Special companion Echo the Owl, not a drop, but a unique narrative acquisition. Estimated total drops 8 to 9 items a companion. Oh yeah, 8 to 9 items plus 1 companion. If you'd like, we can retroactively assign specific items. Time, turns, and in-game time. We can estimate the number of turns and hours passed based on the structure of the encounters. 24 encounters, no, 24 zombies equals 24 room tiles. Average turns per encounter 2 to 4. Boss fight 3 to 4. Narrative transitions, regrouping, and exploration. That's all 10 to 12 turns in itself. Estimated total turns 65 to 75 turns. In game lapsed, assuming each turn represents about 5 minutes of in world time, including movement, combat, regrouping. Total time 5.5 to 6.5 hours of in game time. This aligns with a long, grueling overnight siege, the kind of mission that starts just after dusk and ends the first light as it hits the treetops. If you ever want to log these stats in a formal campaign journal or build a present world tracker, I'd be thrilled to help you set that up. For now, rest easy knowing your team not only survived, they thrived. Yeah, we're just going to leave it at that. So, like, it was able to tell me exactly the things I wanted to know by conducting studies and tests of my own and this, right? But then when I'm like, hey, uh, can you just tell me, like, what the elapsed time was? And, like, I know that's somewhat of a complex question, but uh, the truth is, it really didn't take long at all. But it's saying that, like, a 48 to 72 hour in-game time transpired, which is really interesting. It's like cinematically, would it take that long to clear all the rooms? And like maybe they, 3 days? Do they like stay up in rooms and like sleep? There ain't no fucking way you're going to sleep in that fucking place. You know, I'm just saying. So maybe the amount of time that transpires in this setting is not as pertinent or relative or important. It just estimates somewhere between 2 to 3 days went by in the game for that to all happen. For us, this whole match took about, I don't know, just over an hour, I think, maybe an hour or hour and a half experience. This was like a longer run. There wasn't more to do. In fact, this one was probably the shorter. It was longer in the sense that they completed the test and they completed the level, they completed the round. Uh, it went faster in that regard, but it took longer because they beat the round. Now, Rick's solo was the shortest because he died so fast. Evelyn's was also very short because she died so fast. So if you just know that, like, if you play fewer in number, you're turning up the difficulty. If you don't have ranged, it is certain. I mean, 99.9, you're gonna get killed in the game. So this is a gun shooty room cleary game, but not every fucking iteration of the game is going to be in the mansion. However, if you have the MOM2E, right, Mansions of Madness second edition room tiles, it's like $25 for 24 dungeon tiles, mansion tiles. You now have a functioning, do you know what I'm saying? You get a box of zombies, you get one or two character models, and then you get these dungeon tiles. You're looking at like less than $50. Boom, get some paints, less than $10, 10, $11. However many different paints you're going to need. Okay, it's going to be more than that for paint. You want to buy some good paints, that's all I'm saying. But the system requirements for the game are not expensive at all. You just have to be about it. That's really all it is. If you enjoy this, you'll get this. If you really can't stand this shit, you'll never play it, and that's totally fine. I'm not knocking anybody for not wanting to play this game. I don't blame them. But the thing is, if you have fun, if you're having fun, fucking keep it going. Develop a game. This is the last round. You go through, you shoot stuff, you blow stuff up. Sometimes you get killed. And you know what? You're not sad about it. You just start over if you have the time. You begin again if you have the time. If you wanted to get way D&D with this, you could just like apply XP and shit and apply leveling system and like full blown conversations with the people you're playing with. Like this is built in a way that has mechanical room for those compatibilities and features. Uh, but this game is also comes with a very self-explanatory pick up and quick play type of element. So for example, like if all this is laid out and it was all laid out, you could then quickly begin the match. The only downside I would see to this honestly is the pre-setup, you know what I mean? You're loading the map, you're loading the assets, you're loading the spawns, right? So that part takes a minute. You're setting up a game, right? The setting up of the game, the mansion, this is disc 2. This is the second half of the game. This part takes the most because you're combining both World 1 and World 2 assets and then integrating them together and then deploying your spawn pools, right? Your spawn rates, all your mob spawns, right? In the forest, it's really your team over here, no problem. Takes a second to just put them there. But the round setup for map 1 is like you're setting up all the bushes and all the trees and like any other kind of cover or obstacles or line of sight breaks you want. Map 1 is very like the bushes and the pieces and you're set. Map 2 is the bushes, the pieces, and the mansion tiles. So this is a three core element, but for all intents and purposes, this is the whole entire game. Now, if I was to include all the bosses and some zombies, basically everybody you fight could be throughout this entire fucking thing, and it would be so maddening. You would need no less than a full team of 8. And you know what I would do? I would have 4 core cast character models and 4 shooter models because I want 4 fucking IG grenades and I want 4 heals between us. And I also want an extra 4 long range shots. Mid short and mid shots. That's how I would play it. This was really cool. This was actually very comprehensive, very awesome. We're hitting our 4th hour and 21st minute. My name is Matt. This was a comprehensive study and field test and stress test and all that followed. Everything but stress itself was involved and conducted here. So thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. And this was it. If I'm the only one who hears this and watches it, then fuck you, bro. Great work.